All right, we are up on YouTube. Let me just double check that. Let me test that I have the chat popped out, right? Yeah, cool. That worked. Okay, so yeah, for YouTube, let me let them know what we're up to today. We got the production deploy done. We do need to verify and test everything, of course. We need to do a couple things still. We want to push up the live dashboard. We need to add analytics via Plausible. We could also just look at self-hosting the Blue Sky proxy, which we're going to have to do eventually, but maybe not right now. I need to get backups working. And we also need to actually start cutting off sending notifications and stuff like that if the user is beyond their limit, right, of like what we're charging them for. And maybe we can like rethink our billing too. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we got to do for the marketing site because it's probably out of date. So 1 second, hold on. Let me send this. It's today, Maniac. Come on. Yeah, do a day after tomorrow. That one will work, right? There we go. Yeah, that's the command you were looking for, I think, right? We could create that command. That'd be fun. Well, it's going well. There you go. Yeah, 28 days later. No big deal. All right. All right. So, man, pretty much all of these tabs are not necessary. Let's start going through and cleaning them up. Start from a fresh slate. We're using quantum. I don't think we're going to need Oban. And some of these are from a while back. All right, we'll leave that one. We'll log into that separately later. All right, we'll leave that. Okay. All right, so based on what we have in our today command, let's get some plausible stuff going. Let me double check.
This
I might
is medieval time.
need multi-factor auth. And oh, I don't have my phone on me. Let me go grab my phone real quick. BRB. Let me update something here. Yeah, let me do this. Turns out I did not have this set up yet. Sorry, so yeah, just give me a second while I finish some of this. All right, and then here. Hey, what's up, Nando? How you doing? Okay, so I got that going now. Back to sites. All right, so this website is Messijo.com. And what do y'all use for analytics? I'm curious about that. Yeah, works for me. Yeah, all right, whatever. Okay, so we got that. We also want to do it for app.messijo. I'm okay with that. All right, so then in the app, Where's the right place to put this stuff? Within the index.html. Yeah, there it is. I was looking in the wrong place. Okay, so now... Did I not commit all that? So you tried Fathom one day and stayed there? You just like it? Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, analytics just has to be good enough. It doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, so Plausible is the one I'm using. Fathom I've heard is good. What are some of the other ones? Like, Axiom? Does Axiom do analytics? I think Posthog does analytics. All right, so those are getting deployed up. And what's up, Justice? How you doing? Whatever, I'll just leave it. If I want to change it later, we can. You're doing well? Nice. Wish I could drag these around. That would be kind of nice. Okay. So yeah, music's good. Got notifications. All right. So yeah, we're set. So shit. What redirect URI did I pass? Messijo, OAuth, Google. All right. What? Let me head back to the dashboard over here. All right. Oh, hold on. That's just Messijo.com. All right, so I'm passing that wrong. Okay, let me get more music going. Let me go look at the login page again. All right, so we see base URL, but that doesn't seem like the right base URL. Yeah, so that's just a flaw in my env var. We need to do that eventually for sure. I haven't done that part yet at all. And you're talking like the when you say SEO, what all do you mean by that? Like we haven't worked on the marketing site yet at all. But do you truly mean SEO or do you just mean like open graph tags? Right? Like social sharing. We haven't done any social sharing stuff yet. But SEO is really just based on content. Like the meta description and some of that stuff. Like it's useful for like the preview when someone searches for you and it's in the description there. But as far as like indexing goes, Google cares more about content than description. So it's really just all about your content, as far as I understand it. All right, so we'll retry that deployment. Which means this is going to have to wait a little bit. But if we look at the head and I refresh, we do see the plausible script. Perfect. Why is programming so fun? Because you get to take something that only exists in your head and make it real. There are very few ways that you can do that, right? Like music, art in general. I think programming is art for people who aren't necessarily artists. Like, I can't draw for shit. I can't paint. You know, I can't sing. I try. I'm mediocre at singing. You know, I make music and that's fun. But there's something about like using your creativity to actually solve a problem. Right? So it's more like it's like inventing. for the modern world. Right? Like, it would have been amazing to be an inventor like 100 years ago, right? Things were so much more approachable. Nowadays, you got to get so educated on crazy shit, you know? It just doesn't seem as accessible, right? The amount of capital needed, the amount of like bullshit. 100 years ago, yeah, you could come up with something really novel pretty easily. So to me, it scratches that like inventor itch. All right, site was deployed. Do we have the right URL in there? We do. Hey, and we're logged in. So then error creating org. What is the issue there? $500, sad panda. Well, shit. Okay, so we haven't tested the entirely new user flow locally yet. Or like we did at one point and then broke it again. I actually know what this fix is. So getting our organizations works, but creating an organization is failing. And then real quick, let's just double check this. So app is working. Messijo.com, is that working? Interesting. Ah! Yep, it was outside the folder, so it didn't get added. What's up, Ireal? How you doing? Okay, so dashboard staging is good. Marketing staging. Okay, I already pushed it. Yeah. All right, so plausible should be able to see that now. They do. Perfect. All right, so at least the analytics stuff is done. So we're good there. So billing period goes up on the top here. All right, so we get those pushed up. All right, so yeah, what we want to do is we pretty much don't ever want to be pushing directly to main. We only want to be merging in from staging, basically. But we don't get branch protections for private repos because I'm not paying GitHub for that. And I don't think we need it yet. Am I going to mess it up from time to time? Probably. So hold on. Branch protection, but as a Git hook. So this does seem maintained. Ooh, okay. Hmm. So for the back end, what I'd want to do is maybe create a folder at the top level. Call it hooks. Oh. Maybe just git hooks. And this one is pre-commit. Or actually, no, we'll give it a specific name. No main commits. Yeah, I'm okay with that. So then we would want to add this. What is their latest released version? 0.8.1, which I think this would totally do. Only in dev. Runtime. Okay. So then we need to configure it. We don't really need that check because it will never get loaded in production. Yeah, and I think that works. All right, so yeah. Now let's try it. Hey, perfect. Now, I'm pretty sure this is going to prevent merges too, so then I can only do a staging to production merge as a PR. on GitHub, right? Let's double check that. Okay, so I think I'm okay with that. It was only if we had a merge that it would then create a commit and we'd have an issue. So now I want to go check this on GitHub. Yep, they're both kicking off. Perfect. Cool. Yeah, I like this. Yeah, the Git hook thing for Elixir is kind of nice. First time using it. All right, so then, yeah, let's double check this. A keyword we want to listen for is Messijo. All right. Yep. Seems to be working so far. We're not going to see anything for it. But yeah, what if I... Oh, and I'm at the maximum, right? You only get one keyword. So yeah, that part's working on the front end at least. Yeah, my shoulder needs to pop, though. That's a bit annoying. And yeah, how's everyone doing? What y'all up to today? Anything fun? Oh, interesting. Google just released a new font. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Linkby? How you doing? What you up to? Begin bot's good. Hold on. Let me share this begin bot message. All right, so let's create notifications. Oh, and I don't get Slack on the free tier either. So, yeah, what we would want to do then is maybe show all of the notifications we support, but have them disabled. And then put, like, the word upgrade needed or something like that. Okay. So then we go to billing. Right, we're on the free tier. We're going to want to fix the SMS since we're not doing SMS yet. So yeah, we got a lot of changes to fix here. And yeah, what's up? How you doing, booty? What you up to? Okay, so yeah, we got a lot of stuff to fix. What I want to do first is we need to make some changes to the marketing site. And let me double check what we need to do today, because most of the today stuff was actually back-end focused. I do want to get to the live dashboard. We did add the analytics, which we're good there. Self-hosting the Blue Sky proxy. We do need to do that eventually. Getting backups working. We don't have users yet, so that's fine. Yeah, no, I think some marketing page stuff is the right move. All right, and then this is ./dev. All right, so if we think about what's on this homepage. Okay, so yeah, the word rotate. Here we go. So we can add Reddit as well. And we want to give it an asterisk. When you're doing a legend, do you start equals or is it a colon? We do need to get the Reddit logo, and we'll add it to this list. Can I not just download it? You sons of bitches. What do you think people use your website for? All right, there we go. Now, are we doing SVG? All right, so then the component we want to fiddle with is visualization here. Yeah. All right, so where are we getting these logos from? Wait, where the hell do icons come from? Oh, we put it down here. Oh, interesting. How do I see the raw version? I want to see the text. All right, here we go. Hey, what's up, Tower Strike? How you doing? Okay, so we got the logo there, but we didn't add this. And yeah, what size did we give these guys? We didn't even give them a size. Interesting. Hey, bald bearded builder, how you doing, Mr. Sir? You had a pretty big crowd today. Did you get the C Sharp Fritz raid? Chris raided, but I'm right here. Yeah, no. Chris who? I'm the only Chris. The other Chris. Got it. Yeah, no worries. No, that's fine. Yeah, what were you up to today? More Power Toy stuff? Oh, Chris Titus Tech. Yeah, he's great. He's awesome. And yeah, not saying you don't deserve a crowd that big. I just, numbers. Numbers and patterns and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, Chris Titus Tech. Really fun stuff. So yeah, Power Toys all the way down. Are you still working on the same one, or have you started fiddling with others? Off to dinner? Yeah, no worries, no worries. What are you having for dinner? But if you gotta go, you gotta go. No worries. This is a foodie stream in disguise. We'll snooze the ad just so we can let people know what we're up to. So, we just recently launched Messijo. It is production live. We haven't verified that payments and a bunch of that stuff work. You know, they were working in staging and like, like the Stripe test stuff, but we haven't verified it production-wise yet, which we should. But currently, we're going through and making the marketing page actually more accurate. So a bunch of these things like Reddit or Blue Sky, like Blue Sky is the one thing we support right now. Adding Hacker News, Reddit, Lobsters support, those things will come later. And I'm thinking I want to do the Lobsters one first, even though it's maybe not the most important. I think there's value to it because I've never aggregated someone's content into posting to Blue Sky. And they mentioned that they would actually be stoked on that kind of functionality. So I believe Lobsters is open source, and I could create a PR for them to do that and add it, but, I don't even know how to do that. So I got to look into that part. And then once I've done that for them, I would probably reach out to the Hacker News people and be like, hey, happy to consult and help you all work through how to do this, because I think Hacker News would benefit from publishing to the AT protocol as well. So yeah, if I could get those two up there, then listening to their WebSockets would be really easy because it's just on the Firehose at that point. So that would be my goal. That's my dream. And then Reddit is going to involve a bunch of BS because Reddit would never do what we're talking about. So Reddit's probably going to be the last one we do, even though it's maybe one of the more important ones. So he rated us at one point, and I forget, LG, who was that? Because I totally forgot. But he rated one day when we were doing some Blue Sky stuff, and he said he'd give me permissions to the repo to, like, make the changes to publish to Blue Sky. I don't know. I declined at that point because I wasn't anywhere close to ready, and this must have been like 2 months ago. Push CX. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, I'll reach out to them when I've done a little bit more work, And wait, does Gary Bernhardt actually have a Twitch account? What? Oh, and I already follow him. He just doesn't stream anymore. So yeah, we'd want to figure out how to get that push stuff up. Interesting. But yeah, cool. So I will definitely reach out to them at some point. But yeah, in the meantime, I want to fiddle with it before I even like waste their time with it. But yes, I think we can get Lobsters connected up pretty quickly. So yeah, at the moment, we are creating one of these beams. And we need to create a ref for this. So this says Lobsters, but this is actually going to be Reddit ref, and it was already completing that for us. And then here, this is Reddit ref. Oh. I keep hitting the wrong button. All right, and then we need to create the Reddit ref. So then, boom, we got it there, but it's a little too big. So now I need to get rid of these size 16s. And yeah, just for a little bit of context. So basically, this product that I'm building is so that people can listen for keywords being mentioned on all of these platforms. So that means, Hacker News, Y Combinator, Lobsters, and Reddit, right? And then get notified via, I got to get rid of the phone one for now. Get notified via email, Slack, Discord, whatever, right? And I probably need to add some asterisks to these too. How does that look? It's close, but I probably want to do this. Some transparency? For what? Oh, for the ones that aren't available yet. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That might be easier than this, relative absolute BS I'm about to do. That's not a bad idea at all. Hmm. Yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Okay, so then this would be, what is it? Opacity 50. Let's see how that looks. It does mean that the line is a little weird, like going behind them. Yeah, I think I like that. Sure. So what we'll do here then is we'll give it props. Yeah, no, I don't want to bamboozle people though. technically, I don't take their money until after they've like signed up for a trial and they've had a chance to like add stuff. But I don't know. Like, I want to be fully transparent, even though we're doing a transparency thing, but I still want to be transparent from like a, you know, an honesty perspective. Because we will be adding all this stuff here within the next month or two. So I'm not worried too much about like going hard and heavy on the marketing and all that. Yeah, exactly. Some of these will take a lot longer. And maybe if you mouse over them, we show a tooltip or something. That might be another way. I think for now, I like the idea of making the icon a little more transparent. Interesting the way they did that. Why not just leave it like that? And this is backwards. So I don't think I needed the span. All right, let me just do this. And I got these backwards. So BG white, if we're not disabled. Order, yes, this one just got mistakenly done. I know, right? Yeah, just ship it. No big deal. Hmm. I got a thought. It might be a little hacky. Right, so I think that might be better. We can get the border color back to what it was. I still almost want to do the asterisk. It's not like it's going to be this way forever. I think that works. A little curious why the Y Combinator one is so small. Yeah, there we go. So now it's actually even sized. Okay, yeah, I like that. So then we just want to disable the ones that we don't have here yet either. Yeah, all right. I think that looks okay. Let's ship that up. What's up, D. Velasquez? How you doing? All right, so yeah, what do we name this? This is fix add elements that show some features are missing. Sure. Ooh, so one thing I want to double check. Yep, all right, so we failed that just because we switched too early. We go back to workers and pages. Oh, so now it's generating preview environments. So I don't think I need it to generate preview environments. Yeah, production, I don't think we want to do that. Yeah, like the preview deployments. Yeah, it's really nice. It's pretty much like table stakes for a lot of these kind of services these days. Right? Vercel, Netlify, Render, they all kind of like have that capability. So people just tend to expect it. What's up, Hunar? How you doing? All right, so now we should see a production kicking off for prod, and they are queued. Perfect. All right, so yeah. Dude, yeah, this is nice. Yeah, Cloudflare pages. It's my first time using them. I like them. Elixir and React on the same sentence makes you feel weird? It shouldn't. Elixir's just a back-end thing. I think live view and all that full stack bullshit, it's a bad paradigm. Right? Live view, live wire, hot wire. I think those are all just terrible abstractions. I don't think anyone should ever use them. I don't want my back end wasting any time rendering templates. Fuck that. No. It's a waste of resources. You can just ship static assets. Why wouldn't you just do that? So Hunar, you're asking about Jiu-Jitsu. It seems interesting. Never used it myself. So Jacob, you're saying you've been playing around with Python Flask. It uses Jinja 2 to render HTML templates. Yeah, I don't ever want my backend rendering templates. Like, sure, Python Flask supports that, but nothing forces you to do that, right? You can totally make a REST API with a Flask like framework and be fine. And hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this right. Haze. Yeah, yeah, I get it. I just no, I fundamentally hate inertia and blade and all that BS. I think they are a bad pattern, personally. Right? If you're building a marketing site, no, that should be static site generated. Problem solved. Done. If you're building a dashboard application that requires the user to log in, that can also just be static assets that you ship out to the CDN. Again, and then none of the rendering happens on your server. It's all on the client's machine. I just find that to be just I don't like the phrase better. It's a pattern I prefer. I think the benefits of it outweigh the complexity, because it's really not that complex. Right? You get to use every bit of your server for rendering your data. And then how you present that data is up to whatever front end is consuming it. Which gives you a lot of power when you want to make a mobile app, right? So if you start with the REST API first and just build presentation layers on top of it, it gives you a lot more like variability of how you want to deploy it out. You could do a mobile app. You could do, you know, all sorts of stuff. You could let some smart fridge consume your data if you want. Who cares? Hunar, if it's a marketing site and has stuff like a contact form, use a service just for that part. Well, that's the thing, though, Hunar. With something like Astro, you can statically generate all that and then have that form be client only. And then that form just submits to your backend and does something, and it does some dynamic stuff, right? Like, there's nothing anti-dynamic about static sites, actually. Static sites are just simply about how the code gets deployed. You can still have stuff that adds interactive content to it. You just, you know, use a framework that allows you to bootstrap that stuff in when it matters. Problem is that Laravel is batteries included? No. You can totally make a REST API with Laravel. It's easy. Same way you do it with Elixir, basically. You just, when you're scaffolding your project, you say no HTML, no whatever. You can absolutely build just a REST API with Laravel. You can absolutely do that. If If you don't want to, that's fine. That's okay. I'm just letting you know the way I prefer to build applications. The way these are built is just so much more massively scalable. I've done Laravel, and I'm using Elixir, which also, right, Phoenix, the framework for Elixir, does a lot of the same stuff that Laravel does. At the end of the day, when you're saying the MVC is there, the boilerplate of it, yeah, a little bit, but at the end of the day, the JSON you're spitting out of a REST API is still a view. Once you recognize that, it frees you up quite a bit. Right? The JSON you're spitting out is still just a view of the data from your back end. You get to selectively choose what props make it onto that resulting payload. So you're still obeying MVC. It's still the same pattern. You're just not rendering HTML. And then you can have something else that's way better at it do that part. That's, again, it's just the way I like to do it. But yeah, nothing prevents you from making an MVC REST API. Your view is just JSON at that point. But yeah, thank you for the follows, Hayes and Hitode. I don't know how to pronounce your name. Let me know if there's a better way. Man, I feel like I got bit by a bug or something. My hand is just super itchy right here. All right, so yeah, let me double check what we had in here. What else are we doing today? We did the analytics. We could get backups going. I want to look at getting the Elixir Live dashboard. And that is one thing that I think is nice. So yeah, I'm anti live view or whatever it is in Phoenix. But one really nice use case for it is the dashboard, right? Like the live dashboard that you can get. And that live dashboard is a live view application. So we're going to be making that live view dashboard pushed out to the public, like to prod and staging, but I want to protect it with basic auth, right? So we're going to do that part because it does docs a bit about how the application's set up, stuff that an attacker could use. So hold on. Let me read what you wrote there. iReal, the app you're working on, the backend is a Laravel API, right? Yeah. Sorry, I missed that part. Oh, and I'm seeing the Nightbot command. I was like, why am I not seeing that command? And then Hunar had a comment. Something that Jared Sumner posted a few weeks ago, and this is over on YouTube. Create a build folder where something is just reviewing code, and a code directory with actual code you work on. Can't believe how clean your life is now. Is that when you're doing cursor or something like that, Hunar? And then one more comment. You'd like learning Elixir. Should you learn Erlang first? Nah, don't even bother with it. The syntax isn't remotely similar, and you can use Erlang stuff in Elixir just fine. So yeah, it's just a syntax extension at that point. Yeah, hold on, Hunar. I don't know how to allow links on YouTube. Nightbot's gonna get you. I mean, if you try to paste it, I should still be able to see it, though. And yeah, if you like Laravel, I think Phoenix is going to be really nice for you. I would skip learning Elixir and just start out with Phoenix. That would be my recommendation. You don't have X on PC, too much distraction? Yeah, no worries, Sunar. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, you've not heard of Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix is basically the Laravel of Elixir. If you've built APIs before, getting up and running with Phoenix and just like hacking at code within just like a quick demo project is probably going to be really nice. Like, sure, the syntax might get you a little bit, but you can just look up what you don't understand in some of the syntax. So yeah, that's personally my favorite way of learning. That's how I learned Elixir in the first place anyway. And I'm not even an expert with Elixir, but I can build APIs with it. That's all I need. There are going to be patterns like where the config stuff lives and which configs matter, and all that's going to be specific to Phoenix. That's not even Elixir like specific. But yeah, just learning and understanding the module system and some of that stuff, you can actually just, yeah, let Phoenix scaffold that stuff for you, in my opinion. And if you feel like you're getting stuck, yeah, go and read through the Elixir books or docs or whatever. I personally don't learn from books. You know, a book is out of date the moment it's printed. As far as tech goes, right? Like, you know, novels are great. Haven't read one for a while, but I'll reread Hitchhiker's Guide here eventually. But yes, if you have experience building APIs, just get started with Phoenix. I think that's the move. All right, they're doing all this BS. I think live view is just terrible. But if you like inertia and all that other stuff, well, yeah, fuck it. Whatever. Use live view. I think it's fine. But yeah, what we want to do is get this up and running. And technically, we've got it, or we had it. I forget where it's running. So it's at 4,000/live or something like that, right? Dev/dashboard. Yeah, so this I want to have up in production so I can understand, you know, if I'm hitting limits for atoms, if I'm hitting all this other stuff. You don't trust people that are writers and programmers at the same time? No, I think that's I don't know. I think that's totally okay. It's just more like technical books are out of date the moment they're printed because technology moves too fast. Like, online documentation is the only thing that has value to me from a technical standpoint. So, Methlin, you are learning web dev by making changes to your website that someone built for you. It uses Astro. You really like it. Yeah. Yeah, history books are different. I'm just talking about technical content, right? Like programming stuff. Oh, I get it, Linkby. You're saying like by the time it's printed and you have access to it, it's now a history book. Got it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, Hunar. Yeah, writers that are programmers are probably great at writing documentation, and good documentation is amazing, right? Like that'd be weird to not trust people that write your docs. That'd be really weird. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we want to get this deployed out, but we want to protect it. And they mention how to do that. Right here. Yep. So what I want to do then is we want to go... Oh, hold on. That's the front end. Here's the back end. It's going to be in our router. And here we see scope/dev, and where does that come? Aha, I see. So, looking back at the router, and let me get more music going. 1 second. There's the router. Yep, no worries, Hunar. Enjoy. Thank you for chilling. Yeah, that was a good album. It's too quick. Yeah, I think design patterns is still too early, or like is still something that they don't need yet, right? Just modifying the HTML and just making a static site. You don't need Gang of Four, you don't need design patterns, you don't need any of that bullshit. It'll be useful maybe later when they want to get into it, but the big problem I have with like the Gang of Four design patterns book is people read it and then they start applying these patterns when they're not necessary. Right? So they'll start reading through, they read about singleton, and then the next week, everything's a fucking singleton, you know? And then they read about another pattern, and the next week, everything's that. Instead of, like, understanding when they're useful and why. So I have a problem with the design patterns books because of that reason. They really need to, like, have a better intro to them. Yeah. It does, yeah, it opens your mind about, like, how to write maintainable software. And I believe in that wholeheartedly. Yeah, exactly, iReal. Yes. All of them together. Yes. Yep. Yeah. I mean, it's just like Uncle Bob Martin. Personally, don't like the dude. Really don't like the dude. Can't stand his politics. He sips from a mug that says liberal tears on it. What an asshole. Right? Like, what a fucking asshole. He does have some good points in clean code, but if you take clean code as like a Bible, you're going to have an unmaintainable nonsense of 4-line functions that redirect you in like 30 different directions before you can understand what the hell's going on within the thing that you actually care about. So, in general, taking any of those books and what they say as like absolute truth and you must obey it makes for some of the worst pedantic software devs you'll ever work with. Yeah. Right? Like, people who only see it as rules rather than guidelines. Like, if you're not using a pattern, you're fucking up. Technically, you're probably using a pattern anyway, and you just... Is it worth naming? No, you're just writing code that is maintainable. Boom. Problem solved. I don't need to put a name on it. I know I can debug this. I know I can maintain it. Dependency injection is really nice. But yeah, you only understand factory and observer. I mean, factory, observer, decorator, like, I don't know. They're all useful, but, you know. Don't treat them like the everything hammer that bad devs do. The terms matter a little bit, right? I think it's tough because in general, if you're using a framework, these patterns are set up for you anyway. You don't even have to think about it. If you're building your own framework, you should understand this stuff. If you're building libraries, you should understand this stuff. But if you're building applications with a framework, no, these problems are solved for you. Stop worrying about it. Right? The majority of the problems are solved for you. Right? Like, if you're using Laravel, you're using a bunch of design patterns. Do you need to know what they are? No, the framework just sets you up for success by using them. Problem solved. A good architect sets you up for success without having to lecture you about which pattern's which. Clean architecture? Do you mean clean architecture or clean code? Because I was just talking about Uncle Bob Martin. Don't like him as a person, but he does have some good points in that book. But if you take it too seriously, you're going to make some really shitty software. Lots of frameworks block you from using patterns effectively, like Laravel. I would disagree. They may, like, make certain patterns harder, but that's because they have other patterns instead. Right? I believe Laravel has dependency injection, right? I know for a fact that Nest.js that was mentioned earlier does. Angular has dependency injection. A lot of the things out there that are made for building large software have a lot of these patterns baked in. Okay, so clean architecture. I don't know that book specifically. I do recognize solid, but I don't remember what any of that stuff stands for. But yeah, how's it going, Code Shutter? I think in general, trying to apply a pattern to a thing that already has strong opinions about the patterns you should be using is going to be a problem. But in general, you shouldn't be feeling like you need to reinvent the wheel when you're using a framework. If you want to really build your application around those patterns, well then yeah, build your own framework. Or find one that solves that. But don't apply patterns just because you want to use a pattern. The frameworks already have their own patterns. By mixing too many patterns, you've got a too many cooks in the kitchen situation. You've got really, really hard to debug code at that point. So that's a good point. Yes, code shutter, right? Fighting the framework makes non-idiomatic framework code that is then like the worst thing to debug, right? Just do what the framework tells you to. There was an article way back in the day called Rails is Omakase, which is a Japanese word for like a meal that is completely decided by the chef. You're not ordering what you want. You're letting the chef give you all these things that tie together in very specific ways. Like the appetizer is setting up your palate to appreciate the next meal after it, and so on and so forth. So all of the courses of a meal decided by the chef is omakase. And Rails is the same thing. Ember.js is the same thing. Angular, for the most part, is the same thing. Once you start recognizing that a framework is there with a very specific like path that you flow through, if you follow that happy path, you can build applications very quickly. And maintainably. That's also a good bit. Like, fast doesn't always mean good. In fact, I think, yeah, Rails is omakase. I think that's a worthwhile read. I don't agree with DHH about everything, but just like Uncle Bob, he's right often enough that it's worth listening. Not all the time, but often enough. And Jacob, that's how most Michelin star restaurants do it? Maybe. Yeah, I've never been at a Michelin star restaurant, but yeah, I could see that. Where like every course is just decided for you ahead of time. Like they may ask if you have any like dietary restrictions, but other than that. Ruby on Rails. Yeah, Rails is Omakase is a Ruby on Rails like blog post. And it's written back in 2012. Like it's old. But it's just as relevant today as it ever was. If you're not using Rails, consider any other big framework. If you treat most of these frameworks as omakase and you follow the patterns that they promote, you'll have an easier time in general. Oh, and I already pasted it. Whoops. Hold on. Let me double check over here. Sorry, 1 second. One. Sorry. Okay. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, Active Record is cool. Like, I don't use Active Record. I prefer the repository pattern, but again, if you're using Ruby on Rails, you should just use Active Record. Right? Elixir uses the repository pattern with Ecto. So I think you'll really like Ecto and how like Phoenix does their ORM stuff. Like it's less of a full-on ORM, and you know it uses the repository pattern instead. All right, let me go use the restroom and pour some more water though, real quick. BRB. And yeah, what I want to do is keep working on getting this dashboard into production, making sure that we have it protected by at least a basic auth password, something. So I'll be right back. And then, yeah, maybe even writing a script to rotate that password. I'm not sure how I want to do that part yet. But let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. All right, let me pour a water using that glass. We already did the SendGrid part. We haven't verified that it works yet, though, Jay. And for everyone here on YouTube or on Twitch, that comment came from YouTube. Yeah, we are actually up in production. We pivoted to SendGrid. We got the Stripe live keys going. What we're doing now is just trying to get this live dashboard up to production so I can monitor some of that stuff myself. I think technically a user could pay for this stuff. We haven't verified all of it yet, though. You know, we're not pushing ads or anything yet. We got way more like marketing site stuff to do, the pricing pages, like blah blah blah. Like there's always more to do. The initial things. Let me at least show that. We need to get our backup process working for the database. Make sure that actually works. I want to password protect the live view dashboard. We're going to move that one up because that's what we're doing next. And then eventually we want to self-host the Blue Sky like WebSocket proxy we're using. So we're using a library made by Gray's Social called Jetstream Turbo. And Jetstream Turbo is basically a wrapper around the Blue Sky Firehose, or the ATProto Firehose, that adds a bunch of like metadata. So number one, the AT protocol is a binary format. There's the Jetstream, which is made by Blue Sky, that is then like JSON data. But that JSON data doesn't include all the metadata about the user that posted it, their name, their profile image, blah, 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 like any of that. Jetstream Turbo then takes all that and populates it, right? Using a bunch of caching and magic, and we looked at the code. It's a whole bunch of Python code. And it seems fine. Like, we're able to get the data we need out of it. I'm wondering at what point does it start to break down? And we'll have to figure that out. But I'd say we're close enough. But I want to self-host this, number one, because if I'm going to make any money off this project, I don't necessarily want to be overly consuming someone else's infrastructure, right? Like, ATProto is open, but Gray's Social, you know, be nice about the things you consume. And also, like, just for stability, it's better to run my own thing anyway. Right? Like, if they fold as a business, they don't affect me. So yeah, back to our router. All right, and then this would fail, and in fact, might already be failing? No. All right, but if we were to reboot, actually, it would only fail out starting the app if it was in our config. So yeah, what we end up needing to do is set the auth username and password. Let me set those locally. Okay, so I can show this again.
Talk to the hand.
Ooh, all right, so that didn't work. Oh, because we didn't add admin basic auth. Okay, so we do that, and then cool. All right. I think we can count that. The big thing here is yep, should be on SSL, so that'll be fine. Ooh, let me check one work thing real quick. Sorry. All right, sorry. Work was just reaching out. I built a chatbot for GitKraken. Like very, very early stages, but the idea is we might release it as part of a promotion, and that promotion would be like, hey, here is Neckbeard, or whatever name we give him. And if you want to convince your boss to pay for GitKraken, try and convince Neckbeard first. And then you do this like chat thing about like trying to convince Neckbeard to, you know, to pay for your license. And he's a dick about it. But yeah, like we're Maybe going to use it for some promotions or something. And I'm getting some good feedback from the rest of the team. So it might be something that we actually like publish out, which will be cool. Yeah, exactly. Oh, right? Yeah. No, technically, I wish I could show you the image. Um, this one is like a balding, white-haired guy with a beard, glasses, kind of heavy set. He's got his laptop in front of him and it has a Java logo on it. Like, I don't know. Pretty common stereotype, I would think. But pointy-haired boss would be a good one too. Yeah, and maybe like a difficulty setting would be good for it. So yeah, that's something I might try here at some point. Anyway, let's keep going. So we got the basic auth working. This dev routes thing. That's the only dev route we have, right? Yeah. So I think I just want to take this. Let me double check this, right? We only use it in 2 places. So we're not even using it for like mailing. So I'm just going to put it in here. Let me get another album going. Okay, let me do another hacking screen thing. I need to go add those to staging and production. Yeah, that's an acoustic bass. Yep. I don't play that nearly as much as I play the acoustic guitar to my left. And in fact, man, I think it's been a long time since I played it. I bet it's way out of tune. Yeah, there's a banjo right next to it as well. All right, so yeah, let me set this one. All right, so now I can do. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not leaking anything with either one of these. Yeah, we're good.
Is medieval time!
Time to redeem the points for guitar play. Is that what you're hearing? Maybe. I'd prefer it on like a day that's not so warm. And I definitely play a little bit better when I've got at least a whiskey in me. Once I get to like 3, then I don't play better. But yeah, with 1, I don't know. Just yeah, there's something about like the tenseness of the finger picking that I do. It's because I don't do it often enough. Like I make way more mistakes like totally sober than if I had just like 1 in me. And then once I've got like 3 or 4 in me, I'm just as bad. But yeah, I don't know. Anyone else feel that way when they play instruments? Especially if you don't play often enough? When you're composing, interesting. Jay, you do when you're painting. All right, yeah. Yeah, there's something to like just having a little bit less inhibition. It allows you to be more creative. It's very similar to what Thomas Edison used to do, where he would stay up like super late. He would deprive himself of sleep and write down the ideas he had in that state of mind. Right? Because there's something to like, you can just make thoughts and assumptions and write them down without critiquing whether they're correct or right in the moment, which I think a lot of people end up doing. And yeah, I've heard, I don't remember where I heard this, that driving tired, right, is just as bad as driving drunk. So there's probably just something to the idea of just letting your mind wander in a way that your fully conscious brain doesn't. Okay, so now let's go look at GitHub. Yeah, exactly, Code Shutter. And honestly, it's nice to like debug code that way, right? In general, writing code when you're tired has a benefit, but you should always review that code with a fresh brain in the morning. But yeah, especially like debugging tough bugs. It'll allow you to just try stuff that you'd normally be like, well, that couldn't possibly be the error. All right, so here we go compiling again. Man, 29.7 degrees Celsius in this room. That's a bit much for me. Yeah, 85 is just too hot. I think it's like reasonably temperatured outside. It's 80 outside. Yeah, it's typically like 5 to 8 degrees hotter in this room than elsewhere. You know, bunch of PCs, monitors, power supplies, just too much junk. But it does cool off a little bit as the week goes on. Yeah, that's looking perfect. Let's double check. Yeah, weather.gov. Yeah, it looks fine. It's 27 degrees Celsius in Mumbai. Yeah, so it's hotter in this room than it is in really hot places. Like, what the fuck, dude? Actually, I don't know. Is Mumbai one of the hotter parts of India? It's 102 where Talented is. Yikes. Yeah. Fuck that. No, thank you. I don't want it. Hey, cool. All right. So that was easy enough. Interesting that we're chewing up 5% of atoms in production. But only 3.9%, 4% locally? That's interesting. Hmm. I almost feel like the database resolves quicker in production than it does on my local machine. So query time, 10 millisecond window. Looks about the same, actually. I feel like decode time is faster. Yeah, decode time is way faster. Query queue time does spike higher. Query idle time. Oh, wait, hold on. That was dev. Yeah, dude, query queue time is way higher locally as well. Damn, so this thing runs better in production than it does on my own machine. Which makes sense, because it's probably using a bunch of, like, compile flags and things to remove, like, a bunch of the debugging BS. But, yeah, that's good to know. So that's Messijo's metrics. We don't really get anything from the Phoenix stuff. Interesting. So we don't get any of that. Ah, okay, okay. So now we're getting values like that. This one just pulls way slower. All right, so we're only taking up 40 megs of RAM. I'm like, dude, that's crazy. Yeah, Elixir is a massively performant language. Could you imagine if I was doing this with Node.js? Right, like the WebSockets and all that? I'd probably need at least 200 megs of RAM. And this machine has 4 gigs, so we got plenty. Yeah, I'm doing this stuff just locally because I don't want to dox anything. I don't think I'll dox anything, but I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. Ooh, that's kind of nice. You could turn on some interesting logging stuff. But that's based on a cookie. Yeah. Yes, this doesn't really apply to us because we're not doing the full stack thing. Well, cool. All right. Well, let's mark what we got over here in planning done for that. Oh, and today is Thursday, isn't it? Yeah, someone said tomorrow, and I was like, wait, no, our meeting's not till Friday. No, tomorrow is Friday. Oh, shit. All right, so yeah, now we want to get the backup process working. And hold on, let me look at our linear board too, just to be sure. We still need to go through all the to-dos. I'm sure there's some other stuff there. Yeah, DB backups. There's definitely some like limiting we need to do at the API level. We're doing it in the app, but not at the API level. All right, like how many events and notifications we can send out, and if you're over that limit, we just don't even do that for you. I don't think it's the end of the world. But at least, like, to prevent abuse, it would be kind of nice, right? What if someone looks up or has a keyword for the word the? Yeah, you know, that might be a little abusive to the API. But if they're paying me for it, then I don't care. Sure, do it. But if they're on the free tier, we want to make sure that they're limited in that way. So yeah, DB backups we got to do. I just want to double check some of these other things. I think compound keywords is going to be way up on the list. All right, so another thing I'm going to want to do is figure out how to assign billing tiers to specific teams and companies. Right? Because I want to let GetCracken use this for free, just to help prove out the idea. I want Messijo to be able to use it for free without having to pay money for it. Right? Like, you know, dog food its own, listening to its own keywords. Yeah, so like some admin dashboard stuff. Oh, 100% off coupons. Oh, there you go. There you go, Code Spent. Oh, how do you feel you did, man? Yeah, sorry, I just saw your stuff yesterday, like after the event happened. So that's my bad. But how do you feel you did? And what was the process like, if you feel like sharing? And I'll let you actually like say if it's okay if I share further about what I'm talking about. If you'd rather keep that a little on the down low, that's fine. Okay, so about 65% confidence in the coding challenge. What was the coding challenge? Okay. Is it okay if I share some of the details that you shared there, though? I just want to make sure I'm not, like, doxing too much by talking about it here. Okay, so an inventory management system. And it's fine? Okay. So Code's been interviewed at Amazon. And they were wondering if anyone else had interviewed at Amazon and had some tips or advice, things to practice, etc. Some of their research pointed out that Amazon has moved away from doing like leak code style BS. And instead, I guess the task was building an inventory management system for a library. Yeah, some more practical. Yep. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. So yeah, everyone out there might be worth applying to Amazon. Now, which part of Amazon? Was that like you're applying for AWS? You were applying for like Amazon proper, like Amazon Prime? Do you know what team they were targeting for you for? Or is it more of just a general thing before they decide what teams to like push you towards? The AI integrations team for Bedrock. And Bedrock. Is Bedrock a database thing? Oh, it's generative AI. Okay. Okay. Very cool. And what do you think you could have done better? Like in the coding challenge. I'm curious about that bit. Systems design was pretty much perfect. Right? So the execution of coding it out. Okay. Cool. Yeah, sounds fun. Like an inventory management system for a library. Yeah, yeah. No, that sounds fun. Like you wanted a set, you defined a dictionary, and then you tried to use array methods on it. Got it, got it, got it. So, what language were you doing this in? Was that Python? Sounds like Python words. Python, all pseudocode. Oh, got it, got it, got it. Oh, so you don't even get like a proper editor. Is that it? See, that's a little more annoying. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much Python they're expecting you to do on the job. Right? If it's going to be like purely a Python thing, yeah, so then maybe like practicing up a bunch on the Python would be a good move. Interesting. Yeah, very cool. Like thank you for sharing. All right, let's pour some more water. I know, water? Like from the toilet? But yeah, I'll be driving into Seattle here in like an hour, hour and a half. Should probably pace myself. Okay. Mostly ops, as in like infrastructure stuff. And then the rest is just like dev tooling. Okay. All right. So yeah, our database backup strategy. And we're using Cloudflare for our storage stuff. I believe we're using R2. I haven't created a bucket yet. So I need to start creating API tokens and doing some of that BS. Let's create a bucket. And hold on, wait. Up to 10 gigs, a million operations, 10 million Class B operations, free every month. And yeah, I'll probably never go above this limit because it's just a daily backup. DB backups. Bucket name is permanent. Ooh. Right? Like, what if I want to do other backups at some point? Oh, cool. They have an infrequent access tier. Back up the backups. Yeah, exactly. I think you all know. Well, maybe you don't know. Backing up, backing up, backing up, backing up. Yeah, we're going to close it. We're not going to play it. But yeah, this song is catchy. It is an earworm for sure. Someone remixed some ladies like comments after like a convenience store robbery. It's a really fun song. I recommend it. Check it out. Actually, I could play it. I could play it here on stream, right? I just can't do it on this stream, and I can't show the video. Yeah. We're gonna listen to it. I love this song. Yeah, this song's basically over. Let me share the link with YouTube. It's 2012 all over again. Yeah. 14 years ago, yeah. $12 million views. God, it's so good. Which button did you use, Talented? And yeah, no, we've probably got some issues. We just verified that Google worked. Google works. Oh, yeah. We haven't touched the pricing page yet. Yeah. Like, pricing page is part of our list of things to do. Yep. Yeah, pricing page needs a lot of work. But yeah, you should be able to log in. But yeah, not with those buttons. Because yeah, we changed up how we want to make it work. Like at first, I wasn't gonna have a free tier, and then like you'd have to go through the checkout process on that page, and then I decided a free tier is fine. Right? It's pretty limited, but it at least like lets you test it out. Ooh, I thought we fixed that one. Yeah, interesting. All right. Interesting. So I thought we fixed that bug. Yeah. The issue is from, like, I can show you. Basically, the org controller is complaining about billing period not being there. So now let me double check something here. Yeah, that was a flow that we didn't test much locally, and we can make it better. But let me just double check this. Oh, shit. And yeah, I think I know what the issue is already. Um... Oh, Stripe customer ID not found in. And I hope it's okay to show this, Talented. Like, it's not doxing anything major. Okay, cool. So yeah, Stripe customer ID. And we don't see it here. Yeah, so the create org, right? Yep. So that's one more thing that we're missing. So then let me just get that deployed out. Hey, what's up, Archer? Oh. And here's the thing. If you actually just refresh, the org got created. It was just in how we were like trying to send out the response. But yeah, how you doing, Archer? No, yeah, I appreciate it. I fixed the one, like, earlier billing period was missing, and I forgot to check for customer ID, and we hadn't gotten back to, like, verifying that part. So, yeah, thank you. Good feedback. I should probably double check and look at the rest of it. Yep, we are missing another value. So Slack notifications is going to blow up. Yep, so I messed that one up already. You've been doing good. Changed jobs. You went from Salesforce dev to Drupal Spring dev. Oh, that's a huge step up, isn't it? I don't think I know very many people that speak highly of doing Salesforce dev. If you're really good at it, you can make a decent living doing it, but it's still not fun, you know? At least from what I've heard. I don't know for sure. Big improvement? Nice. Oh, that's a good point. No, yeah, so we may have some issues sending email verifications. That's a good point. Let me fix one bug at a time though. But no, I appreciate this. This is awesome. I wasn't necessarily ready for people to like get in there and start fiddling with it yet, but I don't know. If I don't do it now, when will I? It'll never be ready. At some, you know, I'll always find something where it's like, well, I just want to do that first. Well, I just want to do that first. So I get it. I get it. Yeah, we'll do it live. No, and I appreciate that. Like, yeah, this is really good. All right, so yeah, creating a new org should be pretty easy. And yeah, now I want to go in and look at... Oh, did I close it already? Oh, I did. There we go. Yeah, so I just want to keep an eye on this. And man, hold on. I gotta pee again. I broke the seal. But yeah, major progress today. I'm really pumped. Yeah, this is nice. Let me use the restroom, and I will be right back. Oh, come on. Yeah, I need to reposition the floorboards that I got underneath my chair here. For everyone out there who has thought about, like, if you got like carpet in your office and you're thinking about getting one of those like plastic mats with like the spikes on the bottom or whatever, don't. They're garbage. They suck so much. Get yourself some of the like wood flooring panels that you can get at like Costco or wherever. Super easy. Throw those down underneath you. One of the big glass ones, even then, there's such a pain in the ass to like move around though. Whereas like the little slats that you have for like floor stuff, dude, super easy. They just snap together, put them underneath you. I technically need more, that way they don't shift around as much. So you probably want 2 packs instead of 1. That's the mistake I made. But if you ever end up moving or changing offices or whatever, you can just take them apart and, you know, do it again. You replace your entire floor with LVP? Is that what I'm talking about? Is that the name of that stuff? Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yep. So you ended up ripping up the carpet, putting this down, and now you have a carpet for underneath where your chair is. That's kind of funny. I'm guessing it's like one of those like harder carpets. It's not like a big plush one. So that works. But yeah, luxury vinyl plank. Yeah, that's probably what I got going too. I doubt it's real wood. Oh, it's a desk mat that looks like a carpet. Thick, no plush. Still pretty funny though. Yeah. You ripped it all up and then you're back on a carpet. Yep. Yeah, we heard you like to refactor, so we refactored your refactor. Okay, so yeah, back to database stuff. And actually, let me test this out. We go log back in. Let's do a new org, and let's just try this as testing. Shit. Well, what's wrong now, dude? Wait, did I forget inserted it? Oh my god, I did. Oh my god. Yep. So we fixed the billing part. We forgot that part. Let's at least fix this before anything. Right? Backups need to work, but... And yeah, I could have tested all this locally. I'm just feeling lazy right now. We're cowboy coding. Yeehaw! Hey, at least we're not SFTPing everything, right? It could be way worse. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. This is the agile you were promised. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, look at how agile the guy jumping in the background is. This is a fully agile stream. Ooh, this actually exposes that we're missing something. So yeah, we don't actually have a way of switching orgs. I can't believe I missed that. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, a user could belong to multiple orgs. We'll get the DB backup strategy going, or at least like researched a bit more first. I do kind of want to start thinking about org switching. I think org switching is more important than limits, actually. Yeah, that'll be definitely something we got to do. So yeah, that'll probably be a thing for tomorrow. Okay, so the database backup process. We're going to be using rclone. And before I get too deep, we're doing that here. We're going to create another bucket, and it'll be backups DB staging. All right, so we got our clone installed. I don't know anything about it. I've never used it before. Man, yeah, if I worked for Cloudflare, it would be a major, major thing to get listed on this page. Right? And our clone's fully open source, right? Ooh, the website isn't. The website isn't open source? That's weird. Why would you do that? Right? Like everything else about your project is open source? Maybe I'm just missing it. Hmm. Yeah. Unless it's just over in here and I missed it. Docs. Ah, update sponsors page. Yeah, it's probably here in docs. Yep. Okay. Yeah, whoever's a developer advocate for Cloudflare is blowing it. Yeah, yeah, blowing it. Well, hold on. Wait, maybe not. Maybe there's an issue for it and it just hasn't been merged. Oh, interesting. WebAssembly WASI support. That would be an interesting issue. Yep, Go supports WASI directly. Oh, interesting. Yeah, very cool. Looks like this one's closed now. Eh. Anyway, yeah, so back to figuring out Arclone. And has anyone here ever used it? I'm curious. And yeah, how you doing, Ethan? Mister, sir. You have not used Arclone? Yeah, has anyone out here used it? Looks like we could just do dry run stuff. I think the big thing is going to be setting up the configuration. And it does support R2. Oh, and it's actually in the list. It's just on, it's in the S3 list. Oh, so R2 is in there. It's fine. You haven't heard of Arclone? Yeah, like in general, when we were looking at the right way to do this, people were mentioning rsync, and maybe Arclone uses rsync under the hood. I don't know, but yeah, like Arclone is more about obeying like the S3 APIs and some of that stuff. So it's a little more focused on like cloud providers than rsync is with like SSH. So Arclone config. Oh, so yeah, it's just nested. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so then do we want to do it? Hmm. Do we want to do it as an envvar or just configure it as part of the credentials? I think part of credentials is fine. Like I'd have to like hide the screen while I do it. So then yes, we would enter the access key ID and a bunch of that stuff. Okay, so then if we go let me get another album going. Count API tokens. And I haven't created one yet. Let me do this real quick. You can't rename orgs. Let me double check that. Oh, like that button just never activates, huh? Okay. Well, hold on. While we're doing this... Oh, it errors for you. Interesting. Oh, payment method errors. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to debug this more elsewhere, but... Let's see. Bugs. We'll create that as an issue, and then here in this issue, we'll add sub-issues. And this one is, and is it another 500? Okay. All right, so there was can't rename org. What about, could you try, I mean, I could try it again, too. Let me just try creating a new org. All right, so that seems like it worked. And if we go look and inspect element, network, let's just refresh to be sure. Yeah, the payment method thing is a 500, so I'll have to think about that. But as far as fetching orgs, all right, I got Messijo. I got 2 Messijos. Right. Because it failed out the first time. Yep, so that's fine. And then testing, and then foobar. Okay, so we're creating them at least. So that's fine. And it succeeded, but we didn't switch. So that's a bug. And yeah, like instead of a 500, that should be a 404. Okay. Yeah, any other issues you have, just let me know. We'll start adding them to the checklist. All right, so then let me go back and do this as I... Well, hold on. No, I can actually show this. We don't have that functionality yet. That's definitely a task that we've added later. All right, so should switch to... no, hold on. Add org switching functionality. Yeah, so we're not doing that part yet. And that one was just a miss, like, you know, a feature that I totally didn't even realize, like, we didn't test for, like, yeah. So that was a miss. We all have blind spots. That was a weird flashback. Was the special effects... Was the sound effect the guy in Mortal Kombat that pops up in the bottom? Did we have a toasty? Right, did we have a noob Cybot? I didn't even hear that one. But yes, we have a bunch of like transition sound effects. He says toasty. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Like, yep, it was that. Yeah, we've got a bunch of them. I think CodeSpent's responsible for at least like 4 or 5 of them. Yeah, Noob Saibot's named after 2 of the developers for the game. It's their names backwards. So one of them was like Tobias as his last name, and the other, his last name was Boone. Yeah, exactly. Do? What does it do? Nothing. Nothing. Yeah, that's another one CodeSpent did. Yeah, how many of them did you do there, CodeSpent? I know there was at least those 2. Were you also the Disney Plus like theme song? And yeah, what's up, Raimu? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, I feel like you did at least 5 of them. Oh, that one wasn't you? Okay. Ooh, and oh yeah, that'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. Putting out virtual fires at work. Ooh, that's not good. Every team's got Billy Joel playing because they didn't start the fire. Ooh, does it? Oh, yeah, we definitely don't want to spit that out. I'm going to fix that right now. Yeah, I definitely should not have exposed that one. Yeah, good catch. Thank you. I'm going to push that up right now. Yeah, I think we're going to need just like a whole couple days of bug bashing. At least it's not as bad as the email verification. Well, I guess it is the same thing. It is the invite code. But it's a different one where it's like, did you all see that tweet or whatever where someone took a screenshot of someone doing like a verify your email. We just sent this code and they print the code. Like, at least it's not that. Could be worse. Yeah, and I want to do some more robust, like SQL injection testing and some of that stuff. So keep in mind that all your data could disappear right now. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure we've got that protected, but I should double check that. I'm pretty sure we're like well protected from that, but you know, it's always worth it to make sure. Oh, there you go, talented. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're safe from like general XSS. But yeah, SQL injection, I want to make sure we're preventing. But okay. Yeah, no, that was good. Thank you for that feedback. Yeah, I appreciate you, talented. It's because you tried to submit it twice. Right? You clicked it, it failed, you clicked it again, right? Yeah, some places it's team, other places it's orgs. Yeah, we should probably make that consistent. No, we definitely don't want to do that. In the same user? Eh. I don't really care if they create a second one, you know? Like, technically, they shouldn't get that error, so they shouldn't have that problem. And yeah, the teams that you're in, you can manage here. So you can at least see your list. I would not recommend leaving a team that you're the only admin of. I should probably disable those buttons if you're the only member of a team. Okay. I think I am preventing that. Like, I want to double check that now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm doing that. But let me make sure. So delete self. Yeah, is only admin, cannot delete self from an org where user is the only admin. Yep. I don't think I'm bubbling that up. No, like, technically, we're throwing a forbidden. Did you get a 500 or did you get a 403? Like here, it shouldn't even let you actually, right? The front end's checking for that stuff too. Yeah, like this modal, right? Or are you saying like the toast in the corner? Yeah, if you get it again, maybe grab a screenshot because I don't think I've seen that one. Oh, like you can reproduce it now? And then, yeah, while you're sending that, let me see about making this API key. Oh, and I just realized I forgot to turn on streamer mode. Wait, you're getting CORS errors. Do you get CORS errors anywhere else? And damn, I just smelt it. Oh, I just smelt it. Dude, it started raining outside. Like, you know when you can just smell the rain? Fucking love that smell. I love that smell. Is that the name of it? Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the smell of, like, dust getting kicked up into the air, right? Petrichor. The earthy scent produced when rain falls on dry soil. Gotcha. Yep. Makes sense. Hold on. We skipped this song. Yep. Yeah. That's awesome. So I'm not seeing Cloudflare R2 in here. I don't think I actually want API tokens. Ah, okay. Yeah, so it's a different like token management system. Yes, exactly, Ireal. I am petrichord of spiders. No, so Ireal, we want to set it up. Yeah, object read and write. I wish we could be more specific about those permissions. Oh no, they leaked my IP. Now we're good. So then, yeah, we would just do that, do that. I probably need to hide this once I click create button. I'm going to do some stuff. So yeah, access key ID. And then secret access key. So here they're saying use jurisdiction-specific endpoints for S3 clients. Is that what the docs here say? Yeah, it's account ID.R2. Interesting. Okay. Edit advanced config. I'll say no. Yes, this is okay. Okay. Let me click finish there, and then click this here. All right, so then over here, stuff will happen. I mean, dog will hunt. And yeah, what's up? How you doing, Bingo? Or Bonko? I forget which one you prefer. Dog will hunt, cat will meow. App will bug. All right, that one's not as good, but yeah. Okay, just making sure. Well, I mean, hold on. This is the mnemonic I can keep. Bingo was his name-o. There we go. All right. Yeah. Now I got the mnemonic. I just, just got to repeat it in my head a couple times. All right. So the next step is we want to do the SQL dump thing. That's right, we use PG dump. All right, so we want this script to run as the Postgres user. And yeah, let me catch up on some chat. Yep, select MySQL with the dump. Okay. But hold on. If you're on another page and you do invite users, it does nothing as well. So yeah, like the button up here, invite users, just does nothing. All right, cool. So we got that one. So yeah, a lot of stuff to keep doing here. But then back to this part. So basically what we'd want to do is create a cron tab specifically for the Postgres user. And that cron tab would run the backup command and then ship that up. Beta testing group already? I mean, Talented's doing it even though I didn't officially set it up. But yeah, we got people testing it. I don't think it's ready yet. But if you want to get in there, go for it. We got a lot of bugs we're listing. I'd like to finish the database backup process before we get into most of those bugs, but yeah. Gotta knock those out here soon. Yep. And it's one of those things where it's like, well, would I have wanted to wait? Sure. But it'll never feel ready, you know? So I just gotta do it. Oh, you don't even need an invite. Technically, it's live. Yeah, sometimes you got it. Like, if you're not uncomfortable when you launched too late. That's something I've definitely heard from like startup people. If you're not a little bit ashamed of some part of like the product that you launched way too late. You're going to take 2 weeks off, starting Saturday till the 18th. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I can't believe how fast this summer's gone, right? Like, July just flew by. You put in your notice with your current employer at the beginning of this week. You have something else lined up, but you're absolutely on the fence as to whether it was the right decision. Yeah, that's always tough. I mean, is it a massive bump in pay? If so, that's the right decision. Like, as nice as it is to work with people that you really like, oh, it's a massive decrease. Oh, you're burnout. So, I mean, that's definitely the right decision then. Massive decrease sounds rough, though. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. 30 to 80K decrease? Oof. Yeah, I mean, if you're burnt out, your mental health is worth some chunk of money. You're giving up remote and facial hair for a pay decrease? I get it, man. That's super rough, dude. But yeah, you know what's best for you. So, you know what you need, and that's fine. Yeah, I mean, talented, that's the dream. That is the absolute dream. Just build a startup and make your money off that. No boss, just yourself. Like, yeah, that's the dream. I'd love to have just like 2 or 3 products that I work on, you know? And they pay me as much or more as my side project or as my like actual job. That would be great. Yeah, ideally I don't want to pay bills from savings. No, no, no. I'm only pursuing full-time startup stuff if it would pay all of my expenses. Unless you have like investments that pay you, you know, like a good return to where you're not actually decreasing your savings. That would be fine. I have been freaking out in the past X Factor. Like, dude, that like 2022 when I had to move out of the last place I was at into this apartment, I went like an entire year just eating into my savings, which is a bummer. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But man, if I'd had that savings, I could have put in a down payment on a house a long time ago. if I had a steady job at the time and that savings. I'm just now getting back to that point. Like, I still don't have enough for a down payment on, like, some of the nicer places. But if I moved out to the boonies, I could totally get something. But then I worry about, like, internet connection, you know? Because I want to stream. I need an internet connection. And it needs to be decently fast. And what's up, Leaferon? Yeah, how you doing? You went into semi-retirement 2 years ago as a feeler. It lasted a month, but the income you get from part-time job covers your life, and a second part-time goes into savings and entertainment. Yeah, there you go. That works. So hold on. Let me double check here in my setup script. We do rclone config. Then we want to do crontab-u. This is Postgres, because that's the one that needs to be able to do that stuff. And then we don't have the rclone command. Let me get a little more music going, but we are getting towards the end of stream. I have an event in Seattle. And hey, bingo! Aw, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the gifted sub. So hold on. You own your home. That's huge. Bought it in 2016. Your mortgage is like $600 a month. Yeah, so that makes sense, JD. So nah, you're good. And yeah, dude, I'm paying $3,000 a month in rent. I'm not happy about it, but a mortgage would be about the same, possibly more depending on where I go. Seattle's an expensive city. Like, Seattle's close to as expensive as, like, San Fran. Leaperon, watch you get that tax return? No, Redmond is expensive because of Microsoft. Yeah, Redmond is still pretty expensive because of Microsoft, but there's like a lot more open space. There's like a good walking trail. I've never lived like in a downtown environment. I'm not sure if I'd like it. Take it easy. Now, Redmond's a nice area. I'm happy here. But yes, to own, there's no way I could afford to like buy something in Redmond. Nah. Dude, like downtown Redmond apartments, or not apartments, condos, like the good ones cost like $1 million. Like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck, dude? Are they worse? I don't know. No idea. I feel like you could get a place near Corner Gas for cheap. Head on over to Letterkenny. But yeah, no, like Vancouver's super expensive. Yeah, you're not wrong. All right, so real quick, let's just do this. T3 chat. Oh, wait. No, that's not it. New chat. All right, so we did the config. And this is the command. All right, it would still be copy. We just give it the path. Okay. Eventually we'll have it to where you're limited by, like you're limited by your tier, like your billing tier. We don't have that set up, so if you'd be willing to maybe get rid of that would be cool. But hold on, let me look at the performance of it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're looking pretty good still. How many events did you end up getting? I'm curious about that. Do you remember what the number got to? Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, in fact, okay, so I do need to get going. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take it down. Just for the time being, I'm going to take the database down. Just because, you know, we do have some trolls. And I don't want them going amok before we have the proper, like, protections in place. And yeah, that's a good point. Like, I need to start thinking about... Oh, and I'm sorry I crashed my bike. 1 second. There you go. Yeah, I want to start thinking about, like, an admin interface where I can detect this stuff, like, ahead of time, right? Like, get myself some notifications, right? Like, have a good visualization of who's done all that stuff. I mean, it's just a standard VPS. You don't get to pick your operating system. No. So I'll allow doing that. Like, I don't mind if you want to do that. That part's kind of fine. Yeah, I don't know. A use case for the word the? Maybe not, but there are other words that might be that much. I don't know. Yeah, I got to think about some good strategies to prevent abuse. But yeah, so I crashed my bike. You can't choose your operating system. That's one big part of it. Another bit... I mean, that's like the main part. The rest is great. Yeah. So basically, a $7 VPS on server.pro is 4 gigs of RAM and 4 CPU cores, which is pretty massive. Like, that's a huge deal. And now, keep in mind, I'm biased. The owner of server.pro is one of my mods. They've been operating this for quite a while. Keep that in mind. And we've had other stuff going, like this Polyday application. This has been running without any effort from my part. Like, dude, I think there was one time where they're like, hey, we need to migrate you to a different server or something. That was it. That was just like one thing. And that's over the course of the past, like, 3 years. Maybe 2 years. So, pretty damn stable. Yeah, exactly. So I would definitely say it's good bang for your buck, but I have a bias. So keep that in mind. Like, for the same value, right, 4 gigs of RAM, I'd be paying $28 on DigitalOcean. And Linode is better. Oh. Oh, interesting. All right. That's funny, though. Yeah, these are always funny to me, right? Just the shadiness of that kind of ad. DreamHost for 10 years? Yeah, I'm sure they're fine. But yeah, if we... Okay, $24 for 4 gigs of RAM. And then you only get 2 vCPUs. I haven't benchmarked these to know, like, what the value is. But, yeah, dude, just at $7 a month for 4 gigs of RAM, that's massive. Like, dude, I'll be able to scale this database like crazy. So yeah, I don't know. I'm happy with Server Pro. They're not paying me, but they did give me a bunch of free credits, so I should at least disclose that. I'm not using those free credits for this. I'm using it for, like, stream stuff. Basically, nothing I'm going to make money off of. If I'm going to make money off of it, I'll probably just pay. I think that's fair. So yeah, the free credits we're using for Polyday and, you know, other, like, stream stuff we might want to spend. But okay, so yeah, our process for tomorrow is to actually get these copy commands working and sending out to Cloudflare, which I think should be pretty straightforward. And yeah, Ubuntu's fine. There's some people that would want something different. Okay, it's fine. It comes with Docker installed automatically. Like, there's a bunch of like pre-config that they do that's nice. So yeah, I don't know. I'd say give Server Pro a shot. Especially give Server Pro a shot if you're going to be doing any game hosting. I think that's like the biggest value because they do a bunch of that stuff for you, right? Like setting up the servers and blah, blah, blah. So instead of like self-hosting from your own like local machine, you can just spin up a game server in the cloud. It's kind of nice. But yeah, so our plan for tomorrow is we get this rclone stuff done, and then we start hammering out a bunch of these bugs that have been reported. And also get our rate limiting and, you know, like abuse prevention stuff going as well. Yeah, it'll be a fun one. Yeah, it's like a rave. I don't know if it's a rave, but they're gonna have some DJs spinning some stuff at this like venture capital funded event. So like one of the main people from Ascend VC, which is a venture capital firm here in Seattle, he's doing like the first set. Sounds fun. I think it'll be cool. So yeah, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Juicebox Hero's going again. Man, there's really not that many people going right now, huh? Travis Vroman. Yeah, we raided Juicebox Hero the other day. Let's raid Travis. Am I not following him? I am following him. How did I miss that? All right, brain fart. So he's doing some C and Vulkan game dev, but he's doing like engine development, which I find really entertaining. Het Tanis is great too. I think we've rated Het Tanis more recently than Travis though. But Het Tanis is top of the list for next time. All right, so yeah, thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good stream today. We got a lot done. This is the first like monetized application I've launched in a long time, right? Like we've done a bunch of just like fun projects and, you know, just super cheap, like nothing to pay me for projects, right? Like Githium and all that stuff, some library junk. But this one, hopefully we can make some money. That'd be cool. So yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. Yeah, to the moon. Hold on, wait. I think if you do to the moon without the exclamation point. There we go. To the moon. But yeah, so YouTube, I'll bid farewell to you first. I'll be here tomorrow, so see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. And yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do, which isn't much.